それでは時間となりましたのでスタートさせて。
So let us begin this session. 2023 ACK Talks has 11 talk programs for the curatorial theme of Visions of a Torn World. Together with a guest up on the stage today, we will discuss the value and the role of art in the modern society, including Kyoto. We look at the ideas and the relationship of art and global cities such as Kyoto. With the theme, Innovation Weaves a Tradition for a Torn World, we have artist Theaster Gates, director of the Mori Art Museum, Mami Kataoka, CEO of Hosoo, Mr. Hosoo Masataka, and Mr. Izumi Reijiro, the Vice Director of Chado Research Center. We are going to pursue the culture in the society and the way of surviving in this world which is changing so rapidly. Please begin. So I'm not MC here for this session, but maybe at the very beginning, we would like to ask everyone to give a self-introduction for maybe 3 minutes each. So let me begin. My presentation, I am Masataka Hosoo. Our company produces Nishijin textiles. About 1,200 years ago, we have started this weaving industry. So in 1688, our company was founded, and I am assuming the 12th the president appointed for this company. Please take a look at this art, Tokugawa Imperial Palace. You can see the arts have been pursued in the Nishijin industry here in Kyoto. And what is unique is that forget about the economy. They are always pursuing the perfect form of art all the time. Another feature of Nishijin textiles, we have a segmented works. So within the area, maybe 5 kilometers in radius, various special technology, the experts were residing in that area and working together to form this Nishijin textile. And kimono, as well as the pottery industries, the market is downsizing. And actually 90% of the market were lost when you are to compare the peak, the market. Please take a look at the obi. The width of obi is 32 centimeters. And this is a tie for a kimono. And our company, in 2010, we produced the Nishijin textile obi utilizing 150 weaving machines. Weaving machines are being used, and then having this wider the width of obi. And this is our headquarter building. And in this building, we have various research activities and presentation of our product. And then 3 computer programmers and then several mathematicians got together and then come up with this new type of weaving product utilizing state-of-art technology. And this is the exhibition in Kyocera Art Museum. And then also been working together with the Zozo town research people and the University of Tokyo. So we have this new approach of changing the design along with the change of the temperatures, for example. And then also in this exhibition, we have the weaved tea room, and Izumi-san is also helping us, and we have this mobile type of tea rooms, and it is covered by textiles, and then within a matter of a day you'll be able to demolish and reconstruct the building. So today, if you have a time, would you please visit us, our booth, showing this textile made tea room. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
すみません、続きまして。
Next, Izumi from tea tradition. And so I am in the tea ceremony activities always. And then there is a Chado Research Center. And I am the director of a Chado Research Center. And we have the school specified for a Chado or tea ceremony. And that's only a unique such a school in Japan. I've been also teaching there as well.
これUrasenkeの
And this is a Kabuto Gate, Kabutomon Gate.
まあお茶は
And so when it comes to tea ceremony, we call this Chado or Chanoyu. Or we often use the terminology such as the way of the tea. So this world of the tea ceremony or the world, actually this the way of the tea presents the way of living. Serving the tea to others through that activities, you can have a connection, there is a connection between the guest and the host. So what we do in this process of the way of tea, basically not only just serving the tea, but we provide the meals as well as the drinks, and there is some desserts. And at the end of the process, you provide the tea. This is a full process of chaji. And so if you were to downsize and summarize them, we have this tea ceremony activity. And then through this process, again, the guest and the host can enjoy all the appliances being utilized or devices being utilized in a tea ceremony. Back in 2003, my father passed away. My father is named the brother of the master of the Chado, Urasenke. So what should be the way of tea from now into the future? And my father was the brother of the master. And he actually thought this was a mission to transcend this tradition to the rest of the world. And he felt as if that he was at the border of the mastery, the piece of the tea ceremony and the rest of the world. And so with that in mind, he created SABIÉ. And so starting from 1988, this activity started. Craft theatrical activities. On the left-hand side, you see my father. And so the craft artists come up with their work piece and then provide the work piece to the guests, and they can be part of this entire, tea ceremony, chakai. So when you feel a tea ceremony, you might have this stereotyped way of thinking this is something formal, but it is not the case. Usually it was very informal, intricate, the relationship, exchange of the people were in present. And actually from that, the grassroots activity, so to speak, now explored into something very professional. And now in this glass-made tea room, this Zaigen designed the room, and this other man wearing some fashion designers the attire to do the tea ceremony. So you can see this was some initiatives taken place with that a new way of the mindset. I did not understand this concept fully because I was very young, but when I saw the archive book, it was so stimulating, it was so interesting, it was so cool. So I thought of why not have this movement based upon the theme be transcended or maybe transmitted to the new generation. So I am exploring this SABIÉ, the meeting of the beauty of the tea or art, is something that I was or I have been exploring my life.
Thank you very much. Konnichiwa. My name is Theaster. I'm an American artist based in Chicago. And my practice probably has a lot also to do with the importance of history and my personal culture. My dad was a builder, a laborer, and when I was a young man, he was a roofer. He taught me the tradition of roofing, and it was the way we made money, so I got school money because I helped him on the weekends and after school. As he got older and was preparing to retire, I decided that I would, in honor of him, try to incorporate roofing into my artistic practice. And so now I make paintings that are based on his labor practices. Before I got to roofing, though, my training had been in ceramics. I studied ceramics in Ames, Iowa, and after about 6 years of training with my instructor, she suggested that I should go to Tokonami, Japan. So she wrote a letter to a gentleman named Mr. Ichihara, and I realized that I was then the third generation of people, my instructor and her instructor from the middle 80s who had been going to Tokonami. And as a result of this encounter in Tokonami, my artistic life and practice changed. I became deeply involved in the kind of cultural activity of Tokonami, but more when I would leave Tokonami, Shintoism, Buddhism, Tokonami-yaki, those things were on my mind, and they were affecting my aesthetic decisions. So that in some ways I feel like I'm part conceptual artist, part Japanese potter. Over the years of spending time in Tokonami, I've gotten older. I was 20, 28, 29 when I went. I'm 50 now, but the men and women who trained me are also getting older. Mr. Hirano-san is 86, and as they get older, they're starting to ask questions about how will the traditions continue, and I'm also asking this question: how will the traditions in Tokonami continue? So I'm, in a way, learning. I'm learning how to be a better artist by spending time with great artists, and they include artists in Tokonami. So I think that my contribution to this conversation is the kind of mashup between the culture that I knew when I was a young man with my dad and the culture that I've learned over time from spending time in this small town. Thanks very much.
Thank
you. So now allow me to give a presentation.
片岡と言います。
I'm Kataoka from Mori Art Museum in Tokyo and also National Art Research Center. I'm also serving as a director. I'm specialized in the contemporary art. So in that sense, I'm typically not so much on the tradition, but some new values presented to what's existing. But there is a history behind that, and there is a history behind contemporary art. But typically, when you think about the white cube within the museum, and that's where we exhibit. But when you go to rural areas, like an art festival or triennale type of events, we use non-typical venues, not museums. So sometimes, oftentimes, artists need to respond to what's unique in the area or the history. And then this is an international art festival in Aichi Prefecture last year in Ichinomiya venue. And this Ichinomiya is known for weaving. And they have Sumikaekan used to be a headquarters of a company, and this is the work of Leonore Antunes. And this is the only building designed by Tange
Tangekeichi and Tange, and then this is her response to it. And she studied in.
のリサーチをしている。
She's been doing research on Michiko Yamawaki, who studied in Bauhaus, and this is one of the work that's related to that. And Shio Tachiharu, maybe you know her very well.
使ったインスタレーション。
Shio Tachiharu is known for installation using this red yarn thread, and she's using a formal factory, and there will loom in the machine as well. So this is a little bit different way of presenting work rather than like a typical white cubes. And this is the Tokoname venue, Maruri Tokan, this former Maruri Tokan building. And then we have the work from Mr. Theaster Gates, and then we had listening house.
そして
Old house converted
コレクションとか
into a place to have a collection of records and neon signs, created new works to respond to what's there. And on top, we actually, this is in the middle of the work. We also had tatami mat so that people can meditate.
コンビアの
And this is from Delcy Morelos. She's an artist, Colombian native artist. So she combined the tradition of tokoname-yaki and also the tradition of Andes, which is her culture. And then she used earth, clay, and then and some cinnamon. And then by turning it back, it's there is a festival to thank the earth. And then she used the tokoname clay to reproduce that.
田村雄一郎さん、今
And this is from Tamura Yuichiro, and then we actually have an exhibition here.
LT 産業という外国に輸出
In the novelty industry, meaning that in Tokoname there are export products to foreign countries. And then the title of this work is called Invisible Hand. So within the huge way of economy, he tried to have a story of how Tokoname industry gradually diminished using video. And this is from Harimatsu.
のある
Has a history of 400 years. It's a spotted die in Harimatsu.
展示してましたけど
And they also had an exhibition, Meet Jalin. It's a painting. And then people can go in and out. This work is called People's Wall.
ことをしていくのか
So response to the environment or the landscape, this is totally different from the exhibition in White Cube.
もっとあったそこにある
So basically, they also have some consciousness about what's already there, including the tradition and history.
自己紹介という
So that was a quick, brief introduction, myself, my work. So after this, we have about 40 minutes to have a discussion here. And then all of us, all of you are artists, and I am the one to show your work. But first, I want to start the topic of tradition. What is tradition and what is it that we have to preserve or pass on? And then we would like to hear from each one of you. So if we can start from Hosoo-san.
ありがとうございます。そうです。
Thank you for the question. So in my case, my background is from the Nishijin textile, and this textile has been around for almost 1,200 years. So I think it's very unique about this industry.
まさに伝統
So
見えてく
I
る。
think looking at the history of Nishijin textile maybe gives some hint about what a tradition is, because things change and there are many things happen in the history. For example, the political regime change. Once we go to the Meiji period, and not many people can afford to buy expensive textiles. But 3 people were sent to France and then learned about jaguar loom, and then they continued on with the tradition. So I think always there was a challenge, and then they innovated, and so that they can protect or preserve the tradition.
ことなの。
So in order to preserve the tradition or to continue with the tradition, I think it's important to make a challenge and try something new.
Right.
Well, in my case, I'm not really the creator, but I use something that people or artists created. And then we, for example, entertain guests with tea.
伝統と言いますと、
So if you think about the tradition of tea, our root go back to Sennorikyu.
500
So from him, it's been almost 500 years. We've been serving food and tea and then using a lot of artwork and then everybody enjoy the work, converse. I mean, that's part of the culture of cha no yu, or way of tea.
そのこう宴と
So
があって、
there is a kind of universe of entertainment, and it's very difficult to define what is the tradition of cha no yu or the tea, way of tea, because I am inside of the itself. For example, if you think about one tool or maybe tea, I mean, is it really essential to have it as part of the way of tea?
のはその
But I think what's important is, our predecessors already cultivated the foundation of the culture, and I think we need to face that culture as well. But at the same time, we also need to respect and face the history as well. I think that's the only thing that matters. In case of Urasenke, my school, there has been a lot of innovations. For example, if you think about the Japanese art, it always involved the tatami mat. So if you think about the indoor art, the way of tea has been growing together with the culture of tatami. But once in Meiji period, there was a lot of interaction with outside of Japan. And then we came up with a new style of way of tea with the table and chair. And Gengensai, the 11th Iemoto, proposed that. But now it's already 150 years. Some people criticized that when it first came out. But today, I think it's one of the standard style of serving tea. So I think 150 years is good enough to call it a tradition. But what matters or what's important is,
必要になって
as the time progresses, we need to go through changes. But at the same time, it's a little abstract, but we also have to face what our predecessor has been building.
あの
Quite an abstract way of saying. Sorry about that.
One of the big challenges that I recognize as a contemporary artist is that I'm born into a tradition that is trying to get rid of traditions. That in a way, as soon as you put the word contemporary in front of your practice, it means that you're trying to disrupt, interrupt, interrogate, critique, tear down. And so some might say that this is a good thing, and and there are times when it's good. But I think that for me, the traditions that I'm up against are kind of Western white male patriarchy, kind of certain people being included in a canon of contemporary art and other people being excluded. Craft being excluded from contemporary art, and ways of working that are de-skilling or lack of knowing, so that if you happen to be very good or excellent at a craft, in some ways it may disregard you as a contemporary practitioner. So I think that I'm trying to push the traditions of contemporary art by bringing craft forward and bringing traditions forward, and saying that maybe it's okay for a person to be highly skilled, highly trained in a particular craft that in the past art history might call the minor arts, like textile making or coin making or metal smithing or ceramics or painting with traditional lenses on painting. That I think the future of contemporary art could be a way that highly skilled people are trained to also think about their skill, not only in the conventional ways of understanding the tradition, but also in new and poetic ways, so that they're using the traditional knowledge to do new things. I think for the last 20 years, I've been making pots as part of my contemporary practice. And I refuse to make the pots bombastic or expressionistic. I would really kind of stick to like a bizen ware or a tamba yaki or seto yaki, and if there was any innovation, maybe it had to do with the emotional intention of the vessel more than trying to make the vessel do something else, like or pissing on the vessel or breaking the vessel or shitting on the vessel. I just made a vessel. And I would put that alongside other forms of conceptual work. So I think in that way, by including tradition, I'm creating a new contemporary work.
今シアスターがクラフトとしてます。
So the Siesta just talked about the modern art. In the world of modern art, high arts is a keyword. We import it from overseas. And then the craft is not categorized within the framework of fine arts. So traditional crafts in Japan actually was away from the definition of the fine arts. Basically, we imported the way of thinking in the Western society back then. But I would say, starting from 10 years ago or so, the potteries, textiles, or the various expression, the folk arts from the ancient age, now they are being reintroduced within the framework of the arts. In other words, diversified perspectives have been shared now in the world. So not only the concept of the fine arts, whatever that was not categorized within the framework of fine arts are now coming in. So potteries, crafts, textiles, maybe this is to do with the locations such as Kyoto City. Basically, modern art's definition started to expand compared to before. Now, Siasta-san, when you take a look at the Japanese tradition, what kind of value do you think it has?
The first time that I went to Tokoname in 2004, many of the potters who I was meeting, they were already in their 80s and 90s. And they had ability from, they had generational ability to make things. And whenever I would talk to the old guys, they were always crediting Korea for the kinds of work that they made. And this is a little bit about Minge as well. And so it was interesting to imagine that Japanese ceramic tradition, that potters had the ability to articulate and acknowledge the importance of other people's practices in order to make who they were whole. So in order to be a great Japanese potter in the tradition, I have to acknowledge the importance of the 16th century Korean potters who were brought here under imperial duress, right? So that there's not a kind of purity, even though we're using the word tradition, we're not exactly talking about pure Japanese tradition. And I think that when I got there, the story I love to tell is that I was taking a class, I was making a tea bowl, and my instructor that day said, what are you doing? And I said, I'm making a chawan. I'm in Japan, I should be making Japanese pots. So I'm making a tea bowl. And he said, well, there are such amazing traditions in Mississippi. Why are you trying to make a Japanese tea bowl? Why don't you make a Mississippi tea bowl? But there was no tradition of Mississippi tea bowls. There was none that I could look at. And he was like, well, what about William Orr? And what about these South Carolinian potters, these black potters who were making jugs? Why don't you work like them? And so in that sense, it immediately pivoted my intention from trying to mimic a Japanese tea bowl to trying to absorb excellence, the willingness to work hard to pursue an idea, the ability to try to get at the essence or the poetics of a thing through constantly trying to better yourself. That if you're bettering yourself, your pot might be better. If you better your pot, you might be better. So I think that I kind of abandoned trying to make a good Japanese tea bowl, and instead I tried to live with the values of having an ambition of being a great maker, And that for me, the tradition isn't just the button goes here, the sleeve goes here, the scoop lays like this. It has to do with the pursuit of something that gets better as a result of your encounter with it. And so I think that in that sense, where I would have a concern about appropriation or have more confusion about what it means for me to be in tokoname. I think what I'm interested in is the values over the aesthetic thing.
先ほどレイジローさんが
Well, I think Reijiro-san, earlier we talked about the definition of tradition, and especially in the tea ceremony, way of tea, you know, you have some manners that you have to follow. Maybe people have that idea, like there are rules. But, you know, it's one thing to preserve the form, but on the other hand, there's another thing to preserve the spirit. So what do you think about that? Right. So when it comes to manners or rules, I am from Urasenke school, and actually there are multiple schools in way of tea. So if you belong to one school, the tradition obviously is different as well. So in that sense, manners or rules
目安として
is like a guideline, kind of organized within the same group.
でも一つの目
So
安
it's just one guide or guideline, and they've been organized throughout the time.
それをこう基準にすることで
I mean, of course, by using that as a reference,
最もこうスマートな形
I
が
mean, you can
ってくるわけですけど
you can choose the way that's least that has the least waste. But of course, people have different physique. Some people are large, some people are small built. And if there's a rule to put something here, but it may be difficult for people with a long reach or short reach. But do we force manners or rules? Actually, it shouldn't be that way, I believe. So in that sense, so learning from the reference is important. But especially when it comes to tea tools and utensils, you know, they've been used in a space where the guest and host spend time together, and eventually they came to the conclusion that maybe this is the appropriate size, or maybe if this is the size, then we should put it here. I mean, they have been through a lot of practices and then came to that shape or that size.
こう持ってます
I think tradition should be the backbone of people's day-to-day life, but today, actually, they are kind of separated. And in order to fill the gap, I mean, there are many people today and our predecessors trying to fill the gap.
側にいる私の
But I think like people like me who are really inside of that tradition, I think we need to be more active to make proposals, especially when it comes to manners, formality. You know, some people think it's like a textbook and you have to follow everything. But, you know, we have to practice and show actually that's not absolute.
Yeah.
And today I'm working a lot with the contemporary artists. And through that experience, and I have a lot of experience with connecting the tradition and the contemporary art, and I feel that I need to be engaged more in that type of activities. I hope I answered your question. So as Taro Okamoto said, that the tradition has to be rooted in a day-to-day life. If the tradition is not rooted in a day-to-day life, then we shouldn't call it a tradition, or I think that's one of the good questions that he asked.
今一度考える
And people, especially in the traditional art like ours, really need to think about that. Sugimoto Hiroshi, a contemporary artist, compared the Marcel Duchamp to Sen no Rikyu.
一般に流通していた価値と
So the values back then, and there's a totally different value
っていったか、それこそが
that they provided, and then I think that's connecting to the spirit of contemporary art. Well, I can understand that very well because Sen no Rikyu, I mean, people often compare pre and post Sen no Rikyu.
ていくと
But when you look at what he created, there are many counterculture aspects. For example, the artwork come from China, and back then people think it was good thing to put those China in the
わけですよ
tokonoma, but so he suddenly go out and grab a wildflower and put it there. So that was one of the counterculture example. And today, we are trying to pursue what he tried to pursue, and then we've been practicing tea.
竹の花
Today, the flower vase that he used,
高い値段になって
is now more valued higher in a sense than the traditional China from China. But
価値がこう
I think because of the history or the tradition, sometimes the value kind of reversed or go up.
あと
But the tea utensils and tea tools, are we really looking at them as he did? Or maybe if you think about the creativity, I think Rikyu found it interesting to be creative. So not so much about the flower vase itself.
として厳選した
I mean, of course, he was very selective when it comes to the aesthetics, but
人がこ
so if you think about, because he was such a very powerful and influential person, but when it comes to today, how do we how do we go over that? I mean, we shouldn't be too afraid to do that.
ないと思われているものに
So you talk about something that people think that there's no value, but I think you need to add value to it, and I think that's very basic, foundational to what Theaster is trying to do. But before we talk about that, I want to talk a little bit about technique in Nishijin textile. Enormous amount of techniques need to be passed on across generations. So when it comes to how to do that,
変えていいのか今
and what can be changed,
もう少し具体
I know you're working on a lot of innovations, but what to preserve or what you can change? I mean, what do you think about that?
よく聞かれる
Well, that's actually a question that I often ask, because the longer the history is, it seems like the tradition has a very strong influence of the power to.
考えずに僕は
So I'm always trying to think not to preserve too much, but rather I want to make a breakthrough. But I'm always brought back to tradition. So I'm trying to think about how I can make a good contrast with the tradition.
もありました
And Izumi-san just talked about the Senno Rikyu, but also in kimono, we have
徳川家康の時代に
formal kimono culture. There is a history behind that. For example,
大名を呼ぶわけです
there was a lot of samurai lord or daimyo in Osaka, and Yamashina Tokiro, Yamashina family.
と
He basically was a stylist to the imperial family. And then all the samurai lord asked him, and which color should we wear? And he answered black. So before that, like Hideyoshi, for example, wearing very colorful kimono, but because this Yamanashi family said the black is formal, so everybody follows suit. And then they started to think that black is the symbol of power. So during the Ieyasu time, they started to wear black for formal kimono, and they started to put the family symbol on the back. So there is always somebody who made a change and then changed the tradition. So in that sense, I could be that person too.
と
For example, when I talked to him earlier,
どういう
if Senno Rikyu is here today, we wonder what he's going to change or something new that he's going to do. And I think it's important to bring in that type of perspective into tradition as well. So what about the successors? How do you develop people? Because you have to pass on high level of techniques. So when it comes to techniques and skills, and I want to talk a little bit about. So there has been many innovations in Nishijin textile, and one of the major milestones was about 150 years ago, when capital moved from Kyoto to Tokyo. Before that, it was a manual labor. People go up like 4 meters high, and on the loom, person need to put the thread down, and maybe if you can show with the slide. So the person standing on the top have to pull the thread up. And then when the thread is being up, and then the vertical thread comes in, and this is how they weaved.
だったり
So they need coordination between the person on top and the bottom. And then it took so long to make just a single meter. So it took so long and it was so expensive, but still there were someone who can afford it. But now that they were in Meiji period, they couldn't find people who can afford that luxury. And then some of them went to France and find out about Jagad loom.
この王様の織物も
In France, they also had a similar thing in royal
これをな
a monarchy,
誰もできなかったと。
and they couldn't find that good way. But in 1801, one genius, Joseph Marie Jacquard, and then he invented a Jacquard loom, basically using a punch card. There are holes on the sheet of paper, and then you can put the thread inside that. So it was first programmable loom in a sense. So it took hundreds of people, but now it was automated because of this loom. So fabric that was only available to the king or queen was basically democratized. So this is what I was trying to explain. Stora kibibata, the person on top and bottom, and they have to coordinate to weave.
Can you show the next slide? And then punch cards. And this is John Marie Jacquard. And so these are the punch cards. And in the hole you see, that's where the warp, the vertical thread goes through. So there's an innovation. There's another innovation, by the way, which I would like to show next. This is computer. IBM computer, believe it or not. And punch card is there. So whether the warp goes and up. Actually, it goes to the 0-1, the world of the computer. So why computer program and mathematicians we are working with? Because programming, state-of-art technology is being incorporated into the world of textile industry. So we talk about warp and weft. So we have these principles. So we have warp and weft goes and back and forth. So if we are not to use it, and what will happen? Chaos. In other words, through the programming calculation, the chaos is going to be eliminated, and you can have a fine textile product. So technology and the art of work are quite closely connected. Technology can help us do our work as well. Quite interesting. So we have some broadcasted NHK TV program touching upon Ieyasu historical story. And so now I have a different view now. Now you talked about how this formal the wear have been explored with just one single color like black.
Yeah, I want to actually respond to this because it's actually so exciting to hear Hosoo-san talk about the technologies of kimono, and then when I'm like out on the streets in Kyoto, just seeing a 15-year-old or a 22-year-old or kids on a date rocking great kimono or rocking their grandmother's kimono. Right, and the idea that maybe technologies or fashion, they are reoccurring in our cities, and that these things that we're calling tradition, I feel like we as humans already have the ability to like freak the traditions. So even if it's their grandmother's obi, maybe they convert the obi into something else, or they split the obi in half because they don't want a full obi, they want a half obi or a quarter obi. So I think one part of what I'm interested in is the ways in which the moment when the technology no longer needs 100 people and it only needs one person, the challenge is that our memory starts to fade, right? So that, when I go to, you go to the temples, there are fewer people who know how to cut stone than there used to be. And as a result, we don't have the pervasiveness of new temples because there's fewer stone carvers and stone builders. When a temple has a flood or if there's a natural disaster, the anxiety that we have as a nation, not only in Japan, but all over the world, that we'll never be able to build that thing again because something was lost. I think that I'm trying to make an argument not for technology, not to have technology. Technology is great, but I think that we also need schools that preserve the kind of ongoing tradition, so that people can then have a choice to be involved in the traditions, right? That one would happily decide to say, you know what, I live in Mino, I love Mino washi, I want to continue making paper. In the case of my dad, he did not want me to become a roofer, but he had no sense that I would be able to take the materials and the technology that the discipline that he gave me, and convert that into painting and drawing. And so in a way, if I didn't have the history of the tradition of it, I could never get to an innovation. So it's like, I need my dad. And my dad, for him, it was just like dirty, stinky work. And he sent me to college to do something clean and get a job, like get a good job. And that artists don't make money, so why would you ever try to do this, you know? And so when he saw that I was creating innovation inside of roofing, he laughed at first. He's like, no one's gonna want a roof. Who's gonna want a roof? Who's gonna want tar, this smelly material, in their house? And I think that in some ways now, because I know a little bit about roofing, when I talk to other roofers, when I talk to potters about clay, when I go to Arimatsu, I feel like I have the heart of a craftsman, so I can ask different questions, like, this is so beautiful, né? But like, this very nice invisible hem, and trying to be very careful with like, even though you have a kind of silk, sexy silk, but using this double, arigato, using this double structure to create the weight and the depth, so that it then creates this kind of elegant difference between the single layer and the double. And it's like, those moments where you hope that people don't give up knowing how to sew. You don't throw it all out. But if you're able to like learn the traditions, then you can freak the garment in a different way. And I think that's what I'm interested in, is like no longer feeling as if tradition in and of itself is bad, but additional philosophy and poetry and another class is needed alongside that says, within the traditions, we can do great things. I wish I knew how to use the stone tools that my dad had, but I look at that set of tools, like with the roofing equipment, I know what to do. With his stone equipment, with his plumbing equipment, it just looks like a bunch of big cords and hoses and I would never know how to turn the motor on, And when I go to small towns, I see past technologies that no one knows how to use anymore. And this for me is like the dilemma. And again, I'm not talking on behalf of Japan. I'm talking about when I'm at home and I go to a hardware store and I'm like, what was that used for? I have no idea. And so finding ways to keep those things alive, I feel is very, very important.
シアスターの作品でハードウェアストアっていう作品があるんですけど、
Hardware store, your work, basically it's as is, as was. I mean, you just put the walls around and then just place all that you have on a glass case. So now in terms of preservation, museum can be the place where the human activities are preserved. Maybe some refurbishment are taking place, but the tradition through the objects, they will be transmitted into the next generation. So Ise Shrines Festival is really nice because every 20 years they have to rebuild it. They destruct and rebuild. This shrine goes this, on and on and on for the centuries. And then by so doing, they can transmit the technology to the younger generation. So now if you are to do the museums, you actually demolish and refurbish and rebuild. It's a new way of value when it comes to the museum.
That's a very interesting point, because if you think about building or space, some work that they have the space or the building as a work. And in Chanoyu, one of the interesting things that I find out is the whole space is kind of carved out. For example, back in the day of the Rikyu time, we have the record of the tea ceremonies. So in the 4.5 tatami squares, what kind of tools were used, who were invited, what kind of tea ceremony was held, it's already recorded. And actually, what they did back then is similar to what we do today. And building, they have to go through renovation and repairs, but we still have them. So as a single person, I go into the space. I feel like I can really feel that space that they felt back then, even though I go in there for the first time, knowing that somebody was there and doing something similar. So chashitsu, the tea room, is the space that reminds you of a lot of experiences. That space has accumulation of experiences, and that's where we have the artwork, tools. So in a way, the host of the tea ceremony or tea party is similar to a curator, in a sense, selecting tools and selecting utensils. But that's where, and then that kind of accumulates over time, historically, and then
歴史の中でずっと積み重ねられてきたものがあるので、なんかその空間全体
So the space itself
れていく場所っていうのの感じ。
I feel that we also need to preserve the space or the feel of space. In these days, some of the tea tools and utensils are preserved in museum and their exhibit. But when they are used, I think they are at their best. So preserving is important, but at the same time, using them or putting them to use is also important. And I think we need to think about that more so that we can pass the interesting part of tradition to the next generation. So in that sense, tea tools and tea utensils in museum, hopefully, they can make them available so that we can use them sometimes.
Yes, so it's very exciting to be here with you both, because for a long time, like I said, I was making objects, and then I was giving them a new context. So let's say I was taught to make a Japanese tea bowl, but at home we didn't drink Japanese tea, but we used bowls to eat collard greens and black-eyed peas and soul food and shit. So I converted the Japanese tea ceremonial bowl to a soul food bowl, and we would, and that a bowl that was maybe ripe for soba or ramen, which meant that it was wet with stuff in it. Instead of using chopsticks, I was using my fingers. And so there was a kind of, the form was a form that could hold many people's foods. And that some forms hold wet things better. And then some things, if I have a big hand, I need more space in my bowl to get my hand in it if I'm mushing up my collard greens and my cornbread. I would make a wider, heavier bowl because I have a wider, heavier hand. And the innovations, if you will, weren't just innovations, decorative innovations. They were ways of accepting that there was cultural difference, and that I was trying to adopt the technical skill that I was learning and then apply it to this environment that I was in every day, right? So, but then I did carry some things like, Shintoism. In Shintoism, there would be these moments where I would see a piece of wood and I would be ready to throw it away, and my sensei would say, "No, don't throw that wood away." It's like, well, the wood is old and broken and brittle and fragile and mossy and dirty. There's nothing in it, I would think. My sensei would say, don't throw it away. TG-san, please don't throw it away. And it took me, getting from 25, 29, getting a little bit older to understand the life that was in things. And I came to understand the life that was in things because it was in part related to the way that we understood the spiritual power within things. I'm curious about what happens when we move very far from the spiritual origins of these traditions or the philosophical origins of these traditions, and all we have left is the form, right? So lots of people study yoga now. This is my yoga pose. Lots of people, there you go, keep it straight. Lots of people study yoga, and they're getting one part of the mindfulness, and their bodies are changing, and they're looking good. But maybe there's also something that's still not helping us make good decisions about how to be kind to each other in the fucking world. You know what I mean? And so I'm very curious about your thoughts on the history of tradition and which parts are necessary to keep. And I'm thinking particularly about how kimono was related to like a cultural tradition of being fly and sexy, and tea was a way of rejecting ostentatiousness and rejecting, aristocratic arrogance and trying to offer something more humble. If you guys could talk a little bit about, bringing some of those values with you.
すいません、あと3分なんで1分半ずつぐらい。
Well, we only have 3 minutes, so maybe each of them has 90 seconds each.
はい、手短に。
Okay, I try to be brief.
でやっぱり
So, weaving or textile itself already have a history of 9,000 years. We've been around together with the humans has been around, but the basic of weaving is the cross section of the horizontal and vertical lines, and this basic has been preserved over 9,000 years. And what's important is the power balance between the horizontal and vertical threads. And I think textile is basically a tapestry of a history of humankind throughout different times, reflecting the passion and creativity of the people. In case of Nishijin textile, we have 1,200 history. Actually, in weaving, the horizontal line has a lot of freedom, but the vertical has a very fixed line. And I think this shows the relationship between us human as history. We can believe in the vertical line that's not going to change, but then we can be creative on the horizontal line. That's what I think. Thank you. Very good summary, I think. Well, that's very difficult to answer.
伝統の
Tradition, what to preserve, or what do we need to keep?
茶の湯の場合は
In case of Chanoyu,
要素が多岐にわたります。
there are so many related elements, including architecture, kimono. If you try to change one thing, by changing one thing, it will have a ripple effect on other things because you also have to think about the total balance. So some people call Chanoyu as a comprehensive art. But given that, I think the most important thing is the fact that you have a host, you have a guest or guests,
価値観を
and they share some values in the same space through communication between the host and the guests. That
そこに
situation is the one that we need to keep. In the old time when Rikyu started the tea ceremony, and then we used to use, some people may feel that the tradition there, but by having some traditional tools, maybe it might make people nervous and they can't really appreciate it. So tools
魂を宿す器です
is basically a vessel of a soul, so reflect the soul. So
と言いますかね。
I
魂
think what's important is the spirit, and how can we capture or understand the spirit is the most critical part. So again, the question of the tradition in the tea ceremony, when it comes to what can be changed and cannot be changed, it's too difficult and too complicated for me. But Up to now, from a traditional stance on tea ceremony, I've been thinking about tea or tea ceremony. But with the SABIÉ activities, I have a lot of collaboration with the contemporary artists,
その
and they actually have a different perspective about Chanoyu, and then that's what we are getting from the SABIÉ activities as well, and kind of giving us a hint about what to preserve and what to change.
まあ
So
と
what I
手形が大事にしてる
find value in and other people find values in may not be consistent or the same. So for Chanoyu, because it's so complex and complicated, it's very difficult to answer in one word. But on the other hand, I really want to invite everyone to be engaged so that we can think about this together.
Thank you very much. Now, when it comes to contemporary art, we have artwork, but what are the meaning behind it? And in the spirit of artist, how we are going to interpret all of these things, and that really matters in the world of contemporary art. Whatever that you mentioned, we're all connected, and I would like to just make one last PR. Starting from April 24th, 2024, Asian first exhibition is going to be held in my museum. So it's been helped by many people, especially the people in Kyoto City. So all the culture which is embedded in Theaster, and then how that can be in a fusion with the Japanese tradition, and then think you'll be able to enjoy it. And thank you very much for this session. So once again, thank you very much for your participation. ACK Talks, we have continuously the various session organized. And the content of these programs are archived. You'll be able to also enjoy in a later date. Thank you very much.
それでは時間になりましたのでスタートさせていただきます。
Now we would like to start the session. 2023 ACK Talks has a curatorial theme of circulation and coexistence. We have 11 talks prepared.
お招きした登壇
From Japan and overseas, we will have talks to talk about the values and roles of art in the modern society, and also the relationship between art and cities, including Kyoto. In this session, we will have a talk about society and art.
レベッカ・ラマ
We have Rebecca Lamase Vedal,
の拠点を
and from Taiwan,
つなぐキーパーソンとして活躍
we have Justin Yu.
アートコレクションの活用を通じた社会貢献に取り組む田口美和氏
And Taguchi Miwa, who is trying to make contribution to the society through art. And also Kikuchi Hiroko, she's been involved in many art projects.
多彩なこと
We'll have a talk about how we should create community in this society around work, around art.
はい、すみません、今の紹介が出てこなかったんですけども、
I was not introduced by the moderator, but my name is from ACK.
アシスタントコーディネーター
I'm an assistant coordinator, Miyake. Hello to everyone.
はい、それではですね、それぞれ、4人の、ゲストの皆さん
Today we have 4 guest speakers on the stage. They are all involved in very interesting programs and projects. First, we will have presentations about their projects, starting from Rebecca. Rebecca, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, first, I would like to say how happy I am to talk with you today and to exchange with all of the guests here. I would like to thank in advance the translator, who is going to do a hard work on trying to make my words accessible to everybody. The institution that I run, the Fondation Lafayette Anticipation, is in the heart of Paris, in the Marais. And it's an institution that I run for 4 years now, and that has been trying to think about what could be the institution of the 21st century. What could be a place that is hosting different views, different perspectives on the world, different ways of building it, and different ways of inhabiting it. I believe that artists, if we wanted so, could have a much more central role in our societies. And I think that we all believe around these tables, and maybe you as well, that art, if it was more central, could really benefit the society and its transformation. So we'll just run like a few projects that we've done very superficially, but I will try then in the second phase during the conversation to go more in depth about what we're trying to do in this place. First, this place was designed by, this is a quote, but that's what I just said. The place was designed by Ibrahim Koolhaas, and what you're seeing there is actually platforms that I will show you, that here can go up and down and transform the building as much as we want it. And I see that as an allegory of the projects that are presented by the artists in our place, which means that every artist has a new world and is transforming us with their project. This allows supposedly 49 different positions or ways of doing the space, but we can actually do many more. The program that we're doing is a program that focuses on French and international young emerging artists, and we're trying every time to develop new perspective on the world, as I was telling you. Here you see a few projects that we've done, but I will just stop on a few of them to get you an understanding of what we're doing. So Lina Lapellite here in the center was proposing for 8 weeks a choral, a choir, that was made of people who can't sing, who sing really badly. The idea with this project was actually to think about what we consider beauty and how do we understand the voice and silences that we give to people in society. Those people who can't sing were really singing horribly, I swear, but by the end of the 8 weeks we're starting to sing really well actually and in harmony. The project of Cyprien Gaillard here was a project that questioned the idea of can an act of restoration be an act of creation. So what you're seeing on this is the Defender of Time, a public sculpture that was stopped for more than 20 years. And his project was to give all of his exhibition budget to this work, to restore it and to make it available to the public 100 meters away from the foundation again. Here, Au-delà was an exhibition about the rituals and the disappearance of rituals in our societies, but how rituals are important to tie us together and how they've been absolutely essential to think about what we give meaning and value to. This exhibition by Paul Taburet was an exhibition that was focusing on the intimate reality, on how dreams, fantasies are absolutely vital to understand the way we build our own worlds. And so this artist was inviting us within an odyssey into one's way of seeing the world. The project Ici Wood that we have at the moment is a project by this English painter. It's called Study for No. And it's a whole project about the power and the strength of the word no. But how do we listen to it, or how are we not listening to it, depending on who says it and who performs it. The project of Hakim Smith here in the middle is a project about memory. Hakim Smith has been doing collections of the dancehall culture in Jamaica, a culture that has never been recognized as worthy by the institutions. He now has hours and hours and hours of VHS recordings that were done in the clubs of the scene, and he's trying to protect them by transforming them in works of art. And last but not least, this next show that we will have is called Coming Soon, and it's a reflection about the future. The very notion of the future is what has been a religion almost in our societies, always projecting ourselves into what is coming next. But what is coming next is right now in a huge crisis. And this exhibition is trying to focus on what can we do and how do we deal with this very notion of what is ahead of us, when this ahead of us is so complex and so hard to catch. So all of this, we're trying this space, the Fondation Lafayette Anticipation, and its care for whatever is happening in the world is performed through all the possible mediums. I believe that there is no borders to an artwork and what an artwork could be. So we have dance, we have concerts, we have performance, we have conversations, and it's a place that is welcoming any ways of transforming the world we know. This is a place that is inhabited by artists. I was telling you, I believe that art is the future of humanity, if there is any. And it's very, for me, extremely important that all of our facilities are all the time occupied and inhabited by these artists. So we have production facilities, and we're trying to help the artists from the little seed of their dreams until the very production of their works to happen. We also go abroad, we go in other places. This is with Boris Charmatz, choreographer who was proposing a new way of dancing in public spaces, but here in a church. We also have like a public, and for us the public is extremely important. It's a very young public, but it's also a very wide one. We are free admission, and that is extremely important for us, this idea that art can be accessible for everyone and people can come back as much as they want. So this is a place, and I feel that there is no bad ways of encountering art. It's a place where you eat, where you drink, where you sleep, where you can rest, where it's all organized around this very central place that is the Agora. And as the ancient Greeks were putting it, the Agora is a place where everyone is welcome to meet and discuss and foster ideas together. So this place is like literally the heart and the matrix of the foundation. It's a place of solidarity. I'm trying to have no space unused. I'm trying to invite as many associations as possible who are working with giving food to people who are needing it, who are helping people who are in very fragile communities to come and experience the art, who are trying permanently to expand our empathy and ways of being together. Is also a place for unique experiences of art. We know that art can be a place that is very intimidating for many, and I'm trying to open doors in very different ways and for very different experiences. This goes through dance, this goes through drawings, this goes through art therapy. And last but not least, because our engagement for the artists is so important, we also have a collection, and we're trying to keep alive the memory of the present in order to give a chance to the famous future I was talking about. So we are supporting very important new works of artists and trying to promote them and share them with institutions around the world. Voilà. So in short, our institution is really trying to be a place of welcoming and accessibility and hospitality, and trying through the art to perform certain numbers of values that I think are absolutely essential for humanity and its future. Thank you very much.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
では、
Next, there's a question from Taguchi-san. Thank you very much. I'm looking at this space from Paris from time to time. So when you go inside the entrance, the space is created in a unique way. So I only visit there for the exhibition, but there, more specifically, how do you do to enhance the exchange with the people, maybe through performances, or artists are doing their work for their artworks? How you utilize that space? Is there any specific feature that you can share with us?
Yes, thank you. So the space imagined by Rem Koolhaas was inspired by Cedric Price, an architect who imagined the Fun Palace. The Fun Palace was the idea of an institution that was in permanent metamorphosis, where you would have dance on one floor and then theater on the next floor, and then go to see a room, like a cinema room, and so on. And so the foundation is really believing in this idea of permanent life and permanent content that is provided to the public. This is also we have 2 entrances and 2 exits, so we are a place of passage that people can cross, and that is really trying to be part of their everyday life. And so many neighbors are really annoyed when we close for install, because they can't use us as a passageway. We really try to be, with the Agora and the cafe and so on, to be a place where content is always available, but we also have a team of 10 mediators that are always there, and that from the moment you arrive in and we say hello to you, to the moment you quit the exhibition, you would have talked to at least 3 people who would have told you about what's happening in this place and how we can foster conversation about all the topics that are provided by the artist. We really see the artist as the core center of our conversations, and we believe that they help to expand this, and we're trying to. I've been transformed by artists all my life. All my life I had the chance for conversations to be completely changed. I believe that it's my duty to share that with the public. That's what we're trying to do.
Thank
you so much. Maybe we can move to the presentation next.
So Rebecca is really giving
Justin Sam.
And I'm going to skip a lot of slides for sure. But first of all, I'm really honored to be here. Thanks, ACK, for inviting me. And being honest, I'm not exactly deeply in the art industry, although I have a lot of friends in the art community. So I'm going to keep it short in some way. So today I'm going to share some art initiatives and projects that related to my work or my company. So I'm Justin. So I have, like everyone else, I have made multiple identities. The primary company I manage is Plan B and A Life, and one is a consultancy for sustainable development. The other one is actually the real estate with the content industry. I also, because my own interest, I invest some F&B and the lifestyle related. So I bought a bar, cocktail bar, quite beer. So I'm going to talk about that, how it's related with the the art, like the coffee, just you mentioned. It's not important, just saying that we should see the world in a different way. So that's how I built my company. And basically, because we're a consultancy, so we have our own methodology. So that's how we build up the project that we related, even with our work. So actually, in the first beginning, we're doing the report all the time, ESG report, VLR report, all the boring things, but we try to make it really interesting. So that in the first beginning, we actually collaborate with some designers to make the report more sexy, people were readable and useful with that. And then sooner or later, like we use that methodology to do the do some strategy for the corporation. Like even we designed a Teppo Metro logo actually because they are a client for our consultancy for settlement development. So when they're doing the branding strategy, we actually even help them to do the design. And because of that, so Plan B kind of have a lot of department now and doing all kind of things that we give a solution to our client. And we started to actually collaborate with artists and designer because we do the actually exhibition design now. And then like 2016 that we actually have more people, so we need a bigger space. So, and we think we are the sustainable development consultancy, so we actually want to solve the problem if we want to build a bigger space for our office. So we actually ran an abandoned soccer stadium from the city hall and turned into our office and the co-working space. And because of that, they actually solved the vast wasted land actually in the urban, and more people are there. And because abandoned soccer stadium, there are so many idle space, so actually give the graffiti designer to actually get in there to do whatever they want. They actually even have an exhibition there from time to time. And then like 5 years ago, we started to cooperate with the local government. And in Taiwan, the local government really believed that the art field and art fair going to solve the problem of the local issue. So actually, that's how we really know the artists now. And actually, so, and the other, as I mentioned, so we also use that methodology to actually do the bar and something. So I'm going to do the examples very specific that how we actually collaborate with the artists and designers. So this is a playground. You know, in Asia, we have so many parks in the city. And normally it's actually a plastic playground, but it's not really inspiring kids to play around. So we started to design it, and we actually use modular system to do that. So if the structure of the neighborhood change, so we can actually invite different artists and designers to do that. So it's no longer a park or a playground. It's actually an open space for people that really can engage in the urban or in the alley. So actually we do that in different, some of the big art festival in Taipei. We let them to use that space, use the structure to different artwork inside to fit in the neighborhood. And this one is actually one of the remote city in Taiwan, in the east of Taiwan. It's so hard to get there, but because of that, they have so beautiful mountains and ocean all the time. And the local government is really worried about the lack of the young generation because they're going out for looking for more opportunity for their job. But we asked them that, do we need more young resident, or should we build up the city that inspires young generation in Taiwan want to get there to be inspired? So we started to invite the young artists and designer to make them climbing the mountain like 4 days, 3 nights, killing them actually because they don't really sleep in the nighttime. So it's really smoking all the time. So actually it's killing them, and drifting on the ocean like 5 days, 4 nights. But they're going to create the artwork based on the experience they have. So they're going to leave the artwork in the local and then build up the art fair field actually later. So these artists actually put a lot of artwork on it and all the experience on the SNS. So over the years, Taitung, I would say, is now is for young generation in Taiwan, really looking forward to go every year actually. And now it's more music festival, the art field, and such a thing like that. And this is one of the bars I have. It's called Draftland. It's actually cocktails on tap, so it's a tap system. Anyway, it's come out as a cocktail. So because of my friends, so we started to cooperate with Taipei Dangdai and Art Taipei because our fair in Taiwan, and they always have a welcome party and the after party there. But since like pandemic, we started to actually insulate our work inside actually, and so when people drinking the cocktail, they actually can enjoy the artwork together. I even asked our team, the bartender, to cooperate with the artists to create a drink with them actually. And because of that, so 2 years ago, we started a project by ourselves that some young and unknown artists, no gallery representing them, but we let them to give the proposal to us and use the space to do the exhibition. But because some art circle people really come to drink, so they can get more attention because of that. So that's how we're doing all the time. And so, but back to the 10 years, so we started to think about what is our lifestyle. So 4 years ago, we started a new company. It's called A-Live. It's a real estate company with the content. So basically, space container of life, right? So space is meaning nothing. People put something inside, become the place. It means a lot of things. So basically, we're just doing the rental living space and working space. But the rental fee and we already combine with the lifestyle. Like if you want to, if you invest a play or something, so they don't need to worry about the selling of the tickets because we're ready to put the tickets in the rental fee, so no matter what, they have to go. So actually, we encourage a lot of people to enjoy the lifestyle they never used to be. So basically, we do a lot of things like that, and back to the days. So we have 25 units, and we have 25 buildings, basically. And there's about like 800 resident members, about 400 co-working space members, about 4,000 members. So that's how we encourage in the art and culture stuff like that. So also we just expand to Tokyo now. So we have a building here in Shibuya. It's like a couple of days ago, a week ago, we actually just cooperated with a Taiwanese recycling glass company, and we actually invite some artists and the craftsmen to do the design, to do the exchange program there in the building. And also, actually, we, in our building of the residential, we cooperate with a company named Frame. They do the screen for the digital art. So our actually resident members can really use their budget to buy the art to change their L all the time with the art inside. And the one project we cooperate with the other two companies in Taiwan that also in the county, in the remote county, we let the artists to really like artist resident to do the project there and leave the project in the local with that. So yeah, so basically we call them A-Live, we do a lot of data. Even we show to the artists that we cooperate to tell them what they really want, what they're looking for that, and really making people that really enjoy it with the space, with the art, and we can change the space all the time by the art with that. Yeah, so very shortly, yeah, speaking shortly. Thank you.
はい、ありがとうございます。何か質問ありますか？
Thank you very much. Any questions?
If you have a short question or something. To Justin.
I was wondering about which artists you're working with and how do you choose them, and does their commission always have to do with the public?
So actually, now we only cooperate with the Taiwanese local young artists, and I don't really choose them. I ask the consultant and the gallery that we're really close to ask him to give us the list or such as which one we should really cooperate with. And most of the time that they really do a lot of research with the community, and then they build up the artwork based on that. Yeah. Thank you.
はい、ありがとうございます。今、
Thank you very much.
ちょっと分けるわけではな
We
い
had two presentations.
なるな動向を
We had presentations about overseas, outside of Japan, and now we are going to hear from Japanese presentations, starting from Kikuchi-san.
こんにちは。
Hello, everyone.
ます。
Nice to meet you, everyone.
話はかなりその組織対地域。
They talked about institutions and local people and also the role of the institutions, facilities, programs.
をしますが、
What I'm going to talk about is, as an artist, how we can build communities or how we can build cities. Today, I want to focus on beans product. This is based in Fukushima, where we had nuclear power plant incident. Because of that incident, people couldn't go back to their own hometown. So I want to talk about what we are doing in that particular city. What I value the most is when people meet people, we can create art. And that kind of art is inevitable in cities or communities.
I have to clicker. Thank you. はい。ちょっと見づらいのでこっちに行きます。
Let me change my seat to have a better view of the screen.
多分皆さんプロフィールを見ていただいたかと思います。
I think you know who I am. I was very much influenced by Onoyoko in 2004.
再演させていただいて、
I reproduced the cut piece. Now we are living in the world. Many wars are going on. So once again, we have to think about how we should behave, what we should do. And when I did the cut piece, in the relationship between the scissors and my body, I saw the microcosm of the world.
実際結構この前衛的なことをやってきたっていうちょっと背景の自己紹介。
This is what I do.
あ、ちょっと古いやつしかなくなっちゃった。いや実はちょっと古いやつがあるんですけれども、あと
These are old pictures. As you may know, I was very much influenced by this art.
ケルと分かっている氷を重ね
We know that ices melt down, but still we use the ices, and we can learn from this process in building cities, communities.
というものが一体何が本質的にできるのか。
What we can do with art for the community, that's the major question I want to answer. On the other hand, in the museums, I am doing programs to nurture children, and for children who are not interested in art at all, we want them to raise their interest about their communities where they are living in.
大震災があり、
We had East Japan earthquake in 2011, and that's when I came back to Japan, and I started Invisible with my current partner. My art is a way of expression, and art is my medium or tool to visualize the invisible society. The other thing I'm trying to do is I want to solve or address small problems in our daily lives rather than dealing with big problems the society is dealing with. That's the basis of my projects. As I mentioned, this is the map of Japan.
大震災をきっかけに日本に帰ってきたこともあるので、一つ
The great earthquake in eastern Japan brought me back to Japan. So let me talk about my projects in this community which suffered from the earthquake. In 2018,
7年から
starting from 2017, they had to think about what they have to do to reopen the city.
勤めることになる。
I became the leader of the committee to think about how to rebuild schools. Schools are in every community. So as we rebuild schools, we had to think about how we can build schools because we didn't know if many people are coming back to this city polluted by the radiation. So rather than making a regular school, I wanted to create a space where people's knowledge can be accumulated. This is the entrance ceremony of this school. All the people welcomed children, people from TEPCO and people from the city office, and many of them, most of them, are single male people. For children, it's very important for them to be surrounded many kinds of people, many types of people. So what we could do in the school and what we can do in the society, we had to think about those kind of things in rebuilding this city. So that's what PIN's project is about. S stand for school and also society. What we did in this school was that artist lived in this school as a student, as one of the students. What we are requesting to those artists is to come to visit the school on a regular basis. We requested artists to come to visit the school on a regular basis, like once a month, and then create art pieces so that they can put or decorate the school. Like in this picture, this artist couldn't go to school when he was a child. And we see those children learning from this artist. And artists also have to be in classes, so he was in classes of math and Japanese and everything. So this is the day when he visited for the first time, and everybody's thinking how he is going to spend the days. And when there was a break, someone came out and say that why not clean and polish the table, and then last day why not have proposing the toast of orange juice. So the small simple things repeated, and at the end of the day the community was formed. And this is a last party. All the regional people, community people got together and they heard the presentations. And it's very rare to see all the residents at the same time, at the same place. So now you see, the real existence of a community was witnessed. And starting from 2019, Kamawakira, he's a painter, the artist, and that Miyajima Tatsuo also came there as a transfer student. And Otomo-san, as a musician, he actually created the school song. And not able to remembering the artist's name, this boy wrote the name on the arm, the designers who participated in last year's project, and there's a space for artists can work on their own. And Chikaraishi-san is here today. Chikaraishi Saki-san is here with us as a transfer student. Let me just go through quickly. So whatever the activities in school, why it is such a vital element for the connection of the community with the communities. Whatever that is being experienced in school, the children talk at home, and then the parents talk with other child parents. So through the words of mouth, the communities, in a sense, is expanding. And also on the offshore space, there are many residences for the artists to be active. Now, the collaboration is extremely important for the communities to go through changes, not this silo style, but how we're going to have a cross-sectional activities. Like Vivian Sato, she is an artist. It just so happened that she just visited and it just so happened that she showed her artwork to the student, the girl right here in the photo, at the some health care room. I'm sure there was such impact. And then also this place is affected by tsunami as well as the bursting out of this atomic facility. So basically through the theological activities, what can be done? What is now? We are doing things, trials and errors. What is happening that has to be explored in our activities? We just take a look at what's really happening right now. So what is art? ACK, when we visit them, things are visually available. Some are beautiful. But once again, communication has to be valued. So what it comes to me, in terms of community making, it is to go on a journey to know the unknown with a will so that things can be visualized, and then that's where the art comes in. So finally,
ざっくりとまとめると、
if I may wrap up, while paying attention to the small daily insights and changes, there is a sense of a community beyond learning, relearning, through co-nurturing, I would say, intellectual and emotional exchanges, which involves mutual learning across generations, because community is always rolling out, it's always facing changes. That is premise, and every time you have to think about what's best for the community. Thank you very much. This concludes my presentation.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
プレゼンテーションの中で
In the presentation just made,
をインバイトして
artists are invited, and then the classes, curriculums are explored with the existence of artists, and actually the buildings are being built in this project. But my question is, how the artists are selected, from what kind of a perspective, and then how long this program is going to last?
ございます。
Thank you very much.
たら
Once you enter into this project, up until the graduation that you claim
学校に
you're going to be there, you'll be able to visit the school.
1年の中
But we would say, since they are busy, within the first year, they need to come to the school on a regular basis and make sure to leave their artwork at the end. There are 6 of them here in the school now. So there are selection criteria, not the fame or status. It's not the reputation that we often hear. As the person, what sort of will
中で
or motivation they have. So we have an interview, we have a discussion, and if that artist
たいという
has any intention of creating a community, creating the society, you start to sense that in a conversation. So, the communication is valued, and so we would like to select the person who value the communication with others and being able to come and visit the school on a regular basis. Do they have any commitment or not? We like to create the place so that they are attracted to come. Thank you very much. I'll move on to the next presenter, Taguchi-san. So you have a very interesting project. So would you please begin your presentation? I am Taguchi. Very nice to see you. Well, maybe I come out and do the presentation, maybe different from our previous speakers. Taguchi art collection started from my father's generation. That is a contemporary art collection, and I'm in charge now. Izumi Group is a company which founded by my father for the machinery parts. And still today, we are adding new artworks and display displaying artworks different places. The policy is that we do not build any museums. We are going to collect the artworks. That's what we focus most on, collection. So we don't have any original fixed space. In order to exhibit the workplace, we find out any public place owned by others. So we bring the artwork that we would like to display and then hold the exhibitions. So at the museums, the public museums, we do this project starting from 1990. But actually, the museum exhibition was held for the first time in 2011. And then so far, we used 14 different sites for our exhibitions. Gunma Prefectural Museum of Modern Art and Shimonoseki in the west side of Japan. Rather small town, but a long-standing history, this museum. And then also Kadokawa Musashi no Museum, Kadokawa Culture Museum. Kadokawa is famous for the creation of magazines, films, books, media business, mega company. So we use their museum to try to invite the people who are not visiting museums so much. We come up with this unique place. In a black cube, we had these work pieces, and some explanation for each work place can be seen in the wall, the black wall. And if you move around, you as if moving around some unique space. So we are challenging always something new.
As I mentioned, this is just a collection without any physical museum. So what we can do is to show our collection to the people. So we did series of exhibitions. As we mentioned, we mainly loan our collection to museums, because there is a sad aspect of Japanese museum history, because there are many museums in Japan and there are many renowned architects who designed those museums. However, after the burst of the bubble economy in 1990s, all those museums haven't been able to have much budget. In total, there are about 450 or 500 museums nationwide in Japan. But museums who are dealing with contemporary arts are much less. And many of them don't have rich collection of contemporary art. Therefore, rather than having physical museums, we want to provide contents to them. That's our mission, to loan our collection to those museums. We focus on museums outside of Tokyo. Here is a Japanese map, including rural or local areas. We are doing exhibitions.
それぞれが一個の企画を回している巡回展、トラベリングショーじゃなくて。
And it's not a traveling show. We don't do the same show at many museums. Rather, we talk to curators of each museum and discuss what kind of contents is suited or appropriate for each local area. Also, we look at the space where we exhibit the collection to select our collection, the pieces we show. We focus on the areas where people don't have much access to contemporary art. In Tokyo, there are many museums and galleries, and people have more access to contemporary arts. However, in local areas, people don't have much access, so we want to give them, provide them opportunities to have access to contemporary arts. And also, having exhibition of contemporary art is different from conventional or classical arts because the know-how is different. So I think it's a very good learning experience for museum staff as well. For example, this is a project in 2014. This is an exhibition in Matsumoto City. In this program, we created the exhibition together with local children. We showed the images of those contents, the pieces. We brought those images to all the schools in Matsumoto City. There were 20 schools in total, and children voted which one they wanted to see. And then we also showed the voting result of each school. And the title of the exhibition was also decided by voting by children. And the name of the exhibition, the title of the exhibition was Tag Exhibition, and that was selected by children.
くれています。でこれは本当になんていうか一箇所にコレクションとして作品があるからこそできる取り組み。
And this is something we can do only because we have collection. If you have to loan pieces from many museums, it's difficult to do because you don't know which one would be selected by voting. So this is what we can do because we have rich collection. And these are the feedbacks from children.
だってこれハンス・オプテビークの
And this child said the film was very good.
それが良かったっていう。
And that was film which looks very difficult to understand for children, but this child actually liked this piece, this film, and I was very impressed. Another pillar of activity is delivery museum, delivery project. We provide 10 to 20 pieces for schools and do an exhibition for just one day using gymnasia or also a big room of school. Why it's one day? Because if our collection stay overnight, we have to worry about the security. That's why we spend only one day with those collection at each school. The characteristic of those museums is that those are the pieces we usually exhibit at museums, and children can enjoy the pieces while they are having dialogue because we sent out volunteer curators together with the pieces, and those volunteers are standing alongside the pieces so that they can have dialogue with children. And there are questions on the wall about those pieces so that children can deepen their understanding about those pieces. And not only they have fun by enjoying the pieces, we also provide expert explanation to children. The reason why we started this program is that even if you go to local museums,
若い人に見てもらいたいと思ってたんですけれども、やっぱり
even if we wanted to show those pieces to children, those children need to be accompanied by their parents at museums. So if parents are not interested in contemporary arts, they wouldn't take their children to museums for contemporary arts. That's why we decided to bring those pieces to schools to provide access to contemporary art for children. And at school, there may be classes where children create arts on their own. However, there are no classes in Japan to teach children how to appreciate art. But as a collector, I think it's very important to make people more have discerning eyes, to make the art market more active. And it's very important for children to learn how to appreciate arts. That's why I started this program. And by sending those pieces, teachers and also parents come to see the pieces, and that raises the interest amongst the adults in the local community about contemporary arts. Because in Japan, we don't have much budget, government budget for art. Therefore, we want to give more opportunities for children and also adults to have access to art. And these are art cards we created because we want to reach people in their homes as well. We collected the pieces from our collection and created cards. As you can see on the screen, for example, this asks what kind of sound do you hear, or what kind of dream did you have at night? So you can use those cards to ask questions about the art children saw. And maybe you can use this card about drinks. In this card, people may ask questions about what kind of taste did you have after seeing this art. And children may answer like this tasted like soda, or this tasted like coffee. Even without instructor, by using those cards, parents and children can play with arts. That was the idea of those cards.
And so before you going to see the real exhibition at the museum, if you use this card in the play, when they encounter the actual real artwork, I think the senses are going to be so up to the point of receiving from the actual artwork at the museum. So we collect the artworks, and what can we do? We do the micro level activities, and we would like to share the artworks as much as possible with as many people as possible. So we work together with the museums and school teachers. And another thing that we value is a quality. Make sure to have the high level of a quality. And so the artwork which is connected with the world, we make sure to always include such artwork in our collection. And talking about the challenges into the future, finance platform must be enhanced. We need to have a resource such as volunteers. There are many challenges, as you can see, but we would like to incorporate artists, curators, you name them. We need all the help. And all the activities that we have done in different places, how are we going to draw the future from these activities? So the museums, for example, once we do the museum exhibition, some museum request us to do the same kind of exhibition for the next round, how that collaboration can be enhanced, and also those people support us, always giving us the feedback after the exhibition we conduct. We would like to continuously enhance those collaboration. And at the end of the day, we would like to raise awareness of the role of museums and museum collections in the community, how much benefit you can have. So this is just one role model that we are able to do. So this is the activities, basically. And finally, art is a window to the world. This is my belief. In order to connect with the world, we would like to connect art and society through the act of appreciating artworks. Connecting art and society through the act of appreciating artworks. That's how I understand my work. Oh, thank you very much.
すみません、ちょっと本当はこの後にディスカッション。
We wanted to have a discussion after all these presentations, but I'm afraid we only have 5 minutes to go.
Five minutes. So, can I open the Q&A for the listeners? Okay. なので、会場でもしご質問。
Okay, so we would like to entertain questions from the floor. Any questions?
ないと思いますが、いかがですか?
From the floor, anyone, please.
Hopefully this is translated. So I'm a social worker working in Wales, looking at a therapeutic residential community with the view of starting up an art and ceramics studio and other kind of initiatives that are kind of helping break down some stigma. I was thinking a little bit about resistance in communities, because certainly other similar projects in England in the past have come up with like a lot of stigma and discrimination in relation to the patients and the people that I care for. So I was just wondering about what is the panel's experience of that, whether hopefully you haven't had any, but I'm just wondering how maybe how people might have some ideas about coming around and helping the community who may feel perhaps initially a bit fearful or worried about new projects. Yeah.
Thank you for your question.
質問ありがとうございました。つまり毎日私それを自問自答してるんです。つまり私たちにとってアートって必要だと。でもコミュニティ全体を見るとそうでもないという意見もあるわけです。もっともっと緊急な事態があるからそちらの方で忙しいと。でも私としてはやはり想像力っていうのが初めだったと思うんですね。人間の自由にとって想像力です。つまりこの世界で自分たちを解放することができて、そして変異を起こすことができるということを想像するということが重要です。経験を通して思います。それからアーティストがいるんですが、アルジェリアとフランスのバックグラウンドを持った人がいるんですけれども、彼が夏に来ます。でそのプロジェクトにおいては
With 40 young people who live
40名の若い人たち、フランスでクシスボアという地区があるんですけれども、暴力にまみれた町ということで有名なところです。ということはもう継続して差別をされている地区。
And he was like, I want to try something, which is, I'm not going to ask them to do art. I'm not going to ask them to transform into artists. I'm going to put all of the exhibition budget, all of the productions, all of the team's know-how, all of the energy at their service. And we are going to ask them, what would you do if you were given everything? And so now I'm working with a team of 20 people from Lafayette Anticipation, from his studio, from different institutions, and we're asking the kids, what are your views on a new fun fair? What would a fun fair be if you were given all of these tools? And what we do is like we give them the possibility to dream again, when they experience lives where they are not usually able to dream about anything. And the whole foundation will be transformed into a fun fair where every objects that we don't call artworks and we don't call them artists, but each of these objects will be their propositions on this deregulated, transformed or idealized world that they want to share with us. So we're trying not to convince them about how art is important, but we're trying to be transformed by their vision of what art can be. Voilà.
名様答えられると思うんですけど、今の質問に対して3名。
あ、そうですか。
はい、すみません。
So from my part, the
Please,
title.
shortly.
Yeah. So from my part, I like Rebecca said that we don't convince the local because local don't care about the art when we do the remote counting. But when people come, it's good for the local business, and they will be really happy. And for the kids, the art is already awareness to join the community together. So the kids always join them, and the parents will be really happy with it. And some of the kids really inspired, but maybe not become the artists, but they have different inspiration, like you say. They dream more, and I think it's always about the benefit they can get from that, and they will care about that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Just very quickly. 私は
So not maybe the word art, but I'm trying to talk about art, not using the word art. That's what I do. And another thing that I do, I have two worlds in a way. So not pushing art to the community. That's really the challenge actually. But if you are the receiver, for example, you know, if you are the people in the community, what is the art to be shared? And then there has to be a communication in between. So the media art should be in place somehow so that we can communicate with each other.
I'm happy to.
私たちがやってるプロジェクト
So in our project, those are serious issues are not being seen yet, to be honest. But of course, even you take a look at the children in school, some are not able to come to school because of the various reasons, such as mental issues. There are many actually there in the school nowadays. And for them as well,
先生たちもいろいろ
well, teachers are working very hard, but having problems. But working together with them, create maybe a better place for them. Maybe slightly we are able to do that because there are people who are not coming to schools. But now, on the day of our exhibition in school, there are time when all the students are not there anymore, like lunch break. And then the children who are confined in a school at home visit to the school and enjoy the artwork there in the collection in school during the lunch break. It's a micro level care activities, but that's maybe how I can make a contribution through the art, you know, for helping out the students. So I would like to do more to help out. I actually used to be the social worker working for the hospital before, by the way.
ありがとうございます。
Oh, thank you very much. We wish to have more time, but time has come.
So I would like to conclude this talk. Thank you very much for all the panelists for your very inspiring presentations. Please give a big hand to the panelists. Thank you.
で、菊池弘子さん、
Thank you very much for all the panelists.
トークスこの後もう一つトークを予定して
We'll have another last ACK talk.
いるんですが、後日 YouTube のアーカイブ
And all the talks are available online and also in the archive. Thank you very much.
あ、マイクテスト。
Hello, Nicola. This is Yui. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello,
I can
are you
hear
there?
you. Hello. Yeah, I'm here.
Are you there?
Hello. Yeah. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I just wanted to let you
Yeah.
know that we are studying on time.
Okay.
We are studying right now, just so you know.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank. It's perfect. I stay online.
それではお時間となりましたのでスタートさせていただきます。2023年 ACK Talks では今年のキュレートリアルテーマである Visions of a Tone World 循環と
So ACT Talks presents 11 talk programs based on this year's curational theme, Visions of a Tone World, Circulation and Coexistence. We invite domestic and international speakers to discuss the roles and values of art in the contemporary world, philosophy around art, and the relationship between art and cities around the world, including Kyoto. This talk program is Closing Talk, Materials, Circular Architecture. Nicolas Delon is an architect, and he's from Anko, a French collective known for building projects that use scrap materials. And Suo Takeshi is also an architect who has designed many artist collaboration and public facilities, including this ACK venue.
そしてアートプロデューサー
And Ito Junji is an art producer, and they are going to discuss about the circular society.
よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello. It's good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah. I don't have sound.
This is the English channel. Can you hear us? Testing. We are testing the channel. Great. Thank you.
So, Nicola, can you start the presentation and can you introduce yourself? I think you are muted.
I am the first presenting.
Yes, please.
Okay. So I will share my screen. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for invitation. I'm Nicolas Delon. I'm a French architect of Encore Heureux office. We are based in Paris and also in Marseille in the south of France. I will share briefly to you during 10 minutes 6 different projects that we are designing and building since around 15 years. I can keep talking and you are translating, or I need to stop?
Yes, we are translating simultaneously, so if you can continue.
Thank you very much. So I want to start with this drawing, with this spaceship Earth. It's a quotation from Buckminster Fuller, an American architect, that said that we are all on a spaceship and we have a crew that is increasing of 1 million people a week. So when we did this drawing, it was in 2014, and we were 7,200,000,000 of people, and now we are 8 billion of people. So it's easy to understand that the resource will be less and less available. If we are looking at architecture, we are at a very specific time in our history. We have less and less resources, and at the same time, we are producing more and more trash. So you have these two curves at the same time. So what's this drawing inspire us if we are looking at architecture? It's important to understand that everything came from nature. And we say that we need 300 kilograms of nature to make 10 kilograms of industrial design. So we need to consider that the material of the future will be the cities. That will be the material, and we need to work with that. We cannot take more and more resources in the nature or on agricultural fields. In 2014, we did a big exhibition in Paris, presenting and showing the reuse of material in architecture. So we collect hundreds of projects all around the world from new way of building with existing stuff. And some months later, the City Hall of Paris asked us to redesign a small office. That was the starting point. It was a very old place with painting walls, and they asked us to make a recycling design, to make reuse material to change the design of the space. So we proposed them to work with the trash of the city of Paris, and we go in the place where the people trash the chairs, for example, and all the wood parts, and we work with the team of the city hall to transform this element. And then we paint the global chair and we change it to make the new design. And everything that you see in this picture is made with the material that we take from the trash. So it was a very circular project. A few months later, there was the COP21 in Paris in 2015. And now the city of Paris asked us to make a small building. To say, okay, you make interior design, but can you build something with circular economy? And so we work with these doors and we make the circular pavilion, which is circular not in the shape. You see, it's just an angular shape, but it's circular because the facade of the building is made with wood doors that we take from a housing building that was close to be demolished. And so we design everything with this first material that we take. And also in the interior, we work with the same chairs that we take from the trash, and we work with all the materials. 85% of this building was made with reusing material. Another project we did in Brittany, it's the west part of France, was to transform this old building from the 19th century and to make a school inside. So we start to collect all the material that was in this building, and now we take these elements inside the same building. And we start to make the school on the first floor, and on the other floor, it was a cultural and social spaces, and we work also for this floor with all the rest of the tiles of the ceramics that we were using in the sanitary, and we take all the part and we did this kind of assemblage. Here you can see also we use the sky dome of the first building, and we make this kind of light inside the building to make it possible. And in this room also, we take all the part of the gyps that was staying in the building, and we just assemble them to put them in the same place. Another project is to transform an industrial site. And you see the building in the bottom of the picture, and it was a concrete building, and we need to transform it. So the way we work for that is to ask people what they want inside the building, what they want, we did. So we make a lot of meetings and trying to understand the situation, understand the building, and also we collect many elements to make this project using some windows, doors, lavatory stuff, heating system, insulation, even some piece of wood. And we transformed this building using all this material. Here are the doors of the sanitary, and here are the heating system made by reusing this heating element. And here is the wood that we add in the building to transform the concrete shape and to make new uses inside. And this is outside, and also we decided to keep the outside facade in this situation. We didn't paint it, we just keep it as it were when we arrive, and we just make it possible. And here is a different scale of project. It's in Paris, in the north of Paris, and it's a city car site. You see the building in the middle, there was a car park, and there was a competition asking us to demolish the car park. And we decided to keep it, and we decided to make housing inside the car park. So we keep the structure, we keep the concrete, and this is a picture at the time when we keep the concrete, we just open the middle to have light in the middle of the building. And from this concrete structure, we did housing. And it's very specific housing because all the apartments have big balcony because we didn't design the building, we just transform it. So also that is very important when you start from an existing building, you have a lot of elements that make the design also with you, and you are not just on the white page designing something with no relationship with the existing and with the materiality. And the last project, it's a very, very small, I want to finish with this one. It's more an art installation, and it's in the southwest of France. And we did the small tents of stones in a very natural park. And we want to make like a camping tent, but in stone. And we work with people that are working with these stones. There is no concrete, no cement. It's just stone one on the other. And we did these two small tents. And this material is very simple because you can, maybe in 1,000 years, you can take these stones and make something else. So for us, it's a good way to think the future of architecture. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I hope you hear me well. Is it working? Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I was asked to serve as a moderator. My name is Ito. So let me ask some questions. So you showed us some great programs and works. Suo-san, do you have any questions to the presentation?
初めてプロジェクトを伺ったんですけれども
It was my first time to see your projects.
同じようなことを
I'm doing the same kind of projects.
このなんていうんですかね、こう消費し続けることが
Rather than keep consuming, we should do something different. We have to take a different approach, I think.
もう一度こう見極める
We have to rethink the value of the things or the material. And I think that will lead to a new way of architecture.
そういうことを
So when did you start that projects or that kind of approach? When have you started taking that approach of circulation?
We start almost 10 years ago, and we start because when we quit the School of Architecture, we start to work as classical architect, and we realized that lots of material are going to trash. And it was very aggressive for us to see all this material on the site construction. You have the bin of trash that are always full. And we say it's not possible. We cannot trash so much materiality. And for example, in the Paris area, 75% of the trash, of the global trash, came from architecture and construction. So it's a huge amount of material. And we know that the ecosystem are super fragile and we cannot continue to extract so much materiality. So we start 10 years ago to think about that, and now we think each year it's more and more important to be in this way.
I also have a question. You've done a lot of projects and you are reusing material or you are reproducing the space. And in your projects, for example, there are things that have been prepared or there are things that have already been existing there. And out of those things, you have to create beauty. Like you had a stone building. They are traditional, but at the same time, there are contemporary aspect to it. So, what's your take on this?
Yeah, it's a very good question. For example, with the stone building, it's a very traditional technique, but we take the traditional technique and we transform it to something that is more for now. And we like to cross the history, to cross the in French we say the savoir-faire, I don't know in English, is how to make it. Because there is a material on one side and there is also the way you can use the material. And it's very important because in France, well, maybe it's different. In Japan, maybe you take care of the uses and of the savoir-faire, the way to make things. But in France, we are in a society which is not very close to the construction, you know. We're just designing stuff and we just want the result. But in between, we don't mind. So we want also to give a chance of people that are working, that are transforming the reality to be more important as architects. You know, architects without builders are nothing. We are no one if we don't have the people around us, with us, that make it possible. So the question is very important also for us, and the beauty, of course, because we are transforming reality to make it better.
The last piece, the stones. I always think about reproduction. Even if an art piece is from 10,000 years ago, I think it's same as contemporary art. There are same value because there are functions to it. Even if in the recent days or today, like for example, Leonardo da Vinci's piece is impressing us because there is an element of contemporary. What is important is how to understand the mind of the current people. In that sense, the stone piece or the city hall, it is about how we understand the relationship between the past and the current days, and I find it very interesting.
Yeah, it's right. We try to understand the links between the times, and also we try to say that it's not less creative to start from existing, you know, because when we were at school, we were at the white page, and you say, okay, you are the designer, you need to draw, and you are drawing the reality. But we think that we need to change our way to make and to be more aware of what is here. So we need to be more precise in the way we are looking at the existing things, and in this new way of looking, we can transform the reality, taking also with us the history path of, you know, the change of times. It's super strong creative path.
Thank you very much. We could talk forever, but we have to complete this talk by 5 o'clock, so we have to move on. Now let's move on to So-san's presentation. I think So-san was very much inspired by the first presentation. Please start your presentation. My name is So. I have a design office in Kyoto. This time, I was in charge of the design of the structure of ACK. I've been involved in ACK for the past 3 years. As you already saw, there is an event hall at far back. In the event hall, we have gallery spaces, and at the back side, we have back spaces.
裏側も見るっていうことをなぜやったか。
We wanted to show the backspace as well, and today I want to talk about why we wanted to show the backspace. I like appreciating art, or I like going to art fairs and museums and exhibitions. And recently, there is something I've been feeling. That's the white, fine space is uncomfortable for me recently, and I thought about why I'm uncomfortable in that white, elegant space. Because by creating those spaces, we are also generating a lot of garbage and waste. When I think about those things, I just can't appreciate the art.
So I thought maybe it's a good idea to show the backside as well, so that we can exhibit art with the minimum required condition. And maybe this will lead to some level of comfort. So that's why I had this in my mind when I designed this site at ACK. So we have a steel pipe and lease panel. I mean, these are the typical materials used in the museums. And basically, we are showing how we combine them in a bare way in the venue.
で、各ブースがですね、
So each booth,
アートに集中できるように。
what I had in mind is we want the audience to concentrate on the artwork, because typically you have booths on both sides, but rather I made booths separate, individual, like this. So they are independent, and in each booth I want to make the condition that it's easy for people to appreciate the art. So that's why I had a concept to put each booth like this, as you see in the picture. So this picture on the left side, this is a typical configuration of an art fair where you have booths like this.
こう並んでる状態の中にアートとか。
But they are clean, neatly organized, and then like gallery owners or the artists sit in each booth. But basically what I did is disassemble them and then I separated them. So in the booth, you only have the artwork. And if you have been to this site, maybe you have noticed already. But the furniture, actually there's a chair and table outside of the booth for the gallery and the artist to sit. In the gallery space, we have this type of furniture, and then people can get together there, sit down and talk. But within the booth, it's just a pure space to appreciate the art. So I hope you can understand that from this diagram. So by using this kind of things, there's a variety of art exhibition, and audience coming to see this can be proactive to have an encounter with the art. So this is how I designed this space, and this is the lease panel, and then how we built this. So as you can see inside of the booth, this is the panel that you can reuse. So the part that you can reuse, and then this will be in white color, but other than that, it's not painted, it's not covered. And outside, as a construct, we need to build a wall, and we also used a material for scaffolding in a construction site. And by using this, the people coming to visit go through these areas and visit different booths. So this is the picture of the final. The white space is the gallery, and the back side is where people can get together. So just like this, galleries are not facing each other, but people coming to visit this, they go and explore and find those spaces. And on the outside of the booth, there's a space to have a meeting. Sometimes we have some displays. So both, basically, there's no front and there's no back, and that's what I wanted to achieve. And this shows inside of the booth. This is really like a recreation of gallery space. You have a white space with a consistent lighting. But outside, we have more bustles, and we wanted to make it more active. I apologize that there are no pictures here, but the colors are hard to see. But actually, every time we changed the layout in the first year, I tried to randomize the location so that people may get lost. And then I wanted to make a space where people can get lost and they need to be proactive to look for something. Otherwise, they can't cover all the exhibitions. In the second year, again, it's hard to see, but I kind of organized the grid for both horizontal and vertical. And this year, I made like 3 open spaces in between. And this is the layout of this year's venue. On the right side, we have a collaboration booth. So there are 3 open spaces, and then around that, each gallery a position. And this hall is called New Hall. This is where we are. So this outside is a white wall, and actually inside they have wood exposed. So even though you go to different location, there's some connection in different scale, and then trying to create a sense of cohesiveness. And next one, I just explained about how physical elements are brought together and how they can circulate. But this project I want to explain is a project in Yashima in Takamatsu City called Yashimaru. Yashimaru is like an observation tower. So this is located inside the national park, but the Yashima itself, the location itself, is also registered as a natural monument, meaning that you are not allowed to build anything new or from scratch. But in this case, in this project, they made it an exception, and they allowed us to build something new. So this is aerial picture of the top of the mountain or hill. It has a very good view, and the city of Takamatsu took the initiative to revamp this area or reactivate this area with this project. So there are many functions like cafe. But once you build something on this location, we don't know when there will be a next window to build something. So I took a lot of time to think about the design of the building. And this is also related to my, architectural philosophy. But when you think about a building or construct that can live for a long time, and they can be reinterpreted or repurposed. So what I mean by that is I wanted to build something that looked like a natural geographic feature, because geographic feature doesn't change over time, in a short time, but throughout the history, the interpretation is different. For example, this Yashima, this hill area, actually used to be a fort of defense, and also it was a place of worship under Buddhism. So now the city is trying to use this place as a tourist destination. Back in 1970, it was a popular destination for tourism. So I think the interpretation of the place or location is something that maybe architecture could contribute. So I wanted to make something that looked like the part of the natural geographic feature. So by having this integration, I wanted to propose a new way of architecture and construction. So as you can see, the building become part of the nature or environment. And the whole environment can be considered as an architecture. And so how to integrate with the natural environment or the geographic features? There are 6 open fields, and there is a wavy form of the construct, and then they connect those 6 open spaces together as if they is integrating all the 6 places into one. So the white part you see here is the construction, but rather than looking at it as a construction element, I wanted to integrate that with the shape of the natural form of this area. So look, I wanted to have a shape where the water is flowing naturally in this geographic area, so people can come in from different places. And in some places, they have some high elevation and have a good view over the ocean.
And also there are some small spaces where people can gather. And this is a picture of a small path. And the path is connected to this space.
こうしたような形を作りながら場所自体になるような建築ということで作りました。
So I'm designing all those spaces to make a good fit to the natural environment. The shape of those buildings may look very unique and distinct, but if you actually go to the site, you can't really see those buildings as distinctive. This is the roof of the building. There is a local stone called aji-ishi, the white stone. And this is a stone often used for graves in Japan. However, only 3% of the stone can be used for commercial, because 97% of them cannot be used for those purposes. And that 97%, I was not aware of that 97%, so I wanted to use that stone for roof. However, using stone for roof may be a regular thing in Europe and some places in Japan, but we wanted to try to use this particular stone for roof of my building. And next to this building, we designed a tea house. We renovated a tea house next to the building that I just showed. This was a building built in 1970s. It looked very traditional and was not really appropriate for modern time. And the owner of the building asked me to rebuild this house so that it can be a good fit for current days. The picture above was the situation from the 1970s when there are many buildings still, but today we have less number of buildings. And this building had series of refurbishment and expansion. And in refurbishing this building, we needed to make this building smaller, so I explored the ways to make this building smaller and make it also fit for the current days. There is a very big tree in the site, so I didn't want to cut that tree.
なんか木であること
Because this was more than just a tree. It was part of the space, inevitable element of the space. That's why I didn't want to cut down that tree.
に見えたんですね。まあこう
I didn't want to break the atmosphere of the space. That's why I just wanted to keep the tree there in the space.
なるべくそのまま
And as to the building, I wanted to keep the structure as much as possible. As it was a wooden building, I needed to have support. And at the same time, I needed to give them a taste of current days.
入れたらどうかということを考えまして
And I thought about giving a terrain to the space. This applies to the Yashimal building as well. I wanted to incorporate the building into the terrain
補強しながら建築を
while giving appropriate support to the structure. I designed this building. This is a picture demolishing the building, but we kept the structure itself, and then we rid of the walls while keeping the structure.
で、まあいろいろダメージがあったんですけれども
We found many damages to the structure, but we decided to keep those damaged structure to express the space. Some of the structure were damaged by the termites, but we just kept them.
先ほどの建物なんですけれども
This is the building that I just showed you. There were some soils.
普段は触っちゃいけないんです
We were not allowed to touch the soil because this was the historical monument. But once we dig the soil for structural purposes, it turns to be a waste. So we decided to use the soil to make a hill. We used those soil to make a hill within the building, and then we put concrete over it. And this is how we designed the building. We created a hill within the building.
建物木造の建物と丘状の
This is how we came up with the building and also a hill.
カフェだ
And then we created shops and cafes and stalls.
場所に合うんじゃないかというような形でやってきました。でこれは隣との連
And this is how it looks. The connection between the building and also the new building. I wanted to create connection. So we had a yard in between those two buildings.
でこれが外観ですね。
This is the outside view.
にまあ丘を入れただけのような形。
We added a hill to an existing building, and that created new spaces to the building, and we utilized those spaces, which is appropriate to the purpose.
ますけれども
And at the lower right, there is a light.
使ったりですね。
This was kept in a warehouse, and we reused that light in this building.
あでこれ最後なんですけれども、
This is my last slide.
大阪・関西万博のパビリオン。
This is a pavilion we have designed for 2025 Expo. This is a pavilion by film director Kawase Naomi. Kawase Naomi asked me to design a building to store memories.
廃校になった小学校を
This is an abandoned primary school.
という
And we rebuilt that primary schools in this area.
まあシア
We are designing theater and entrance and also the gathering space using the material from those abandoned elementary schools. We got those abandoned schools from Totsukawamura village in Nara prefecture to store memories of the schools.
というような形
So this is the process of rebuilding new schools using abandoned schools.
半分にこうまあなんていうんですかね分けてそれをこう片方を持ち上げて3階
It was a flat building, but we put them on top of each other to make it three-storied buildings. This is a building, abandoned buildings, a flat building to make a theater, but we needed a height to make a theater, so we lifted the abandoned building to make it higher, to have height.
の小学校
And this is another abandoned school in Totsukawamura village. We brought the structure of this abandoned building to create a gathering space.
ちょっと長くなりました。
That's all from myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are about 25 minutes behind the schedule, so I tried to wrap it up by 5 o'clock and look like that's the task that's given to me. Well, I was at the Tokyo University of Art until this March, but now today we have a director of Toyama Glass Museum. So I am an honorary director of Toyama City Glass Museum, and also I'm the chair and the director of the Fukuoka Construction College, and I'm also involved in the redevelopment of Namie Town. So I have been involved in thousands of projects in the past, but now that today I'm in Kyoto and I have a special feeling about Kyoto. Because of COVID pandemic, I didn't go out that much, but you know, many people ask me how I'm doing, and since I have time, and actually when you have time, you can create many things. So thinking about Kyoto, the first thing I want to talk about is this person. And this person who started this SABIÉ activity, Izumi Masakazu, he's one of the master in Urasenke tea school, and he already left us. He passed away, but he really made a great contribution for the Japanese art to be reevaluated. So he and Tanaka Iko-san invited me to modernize tea, to make the tea more contemporary, transcending time. I mean, there are values that can transcend time, or how important it is to have the group of individual, or shuhari. The basic concept is that you need to you need to preserve the basics, but at the same time, you can try something new, and that's a very important part of the creation. So if I start talk about this, it takes a long time, but basically, I mean, if you think about the tea ceremony, there is a sacred part and there's a secular part, and there is an interaction between the two. I mean, they have totally different values, but by interacting, you know, they can have that understanding rather than confronting, and maybe you have a confrontation in the beginning. But what can accelerate understanding is the time and space. I mean, those time and space need to be shared, and that's the key to have understanding. In 1992, SABIÉ Zen, this is an activity we started, and with the concept of suki, and what we try to do is to recreate the contemporary interpretation of this concept. So space, time, those are the values that's invisible, but actually these are the values that support Chanoyu, or way of tea. And this is from Takashi Sugimoto, tea room using recycled materials. On the copper plate, we have the Raku tea bowl, or the 15th generation. And this is the one using a glass material, a triangle tea room. And this one, it's a concept, and I brought it to UNESCO as well. I asked Hiroshi-san to make a bamboo tea room. So everything can be disassembled, and they can bring this back to a peaceful state. So everything has the same concept. This is by Eto Sosas. It's a tea room by Japanese paper. And when you go inside the tea room, you can't see what's around you, but you can feel the light. And this is from Charlotte Perriand, tea room of green. So inside you have a green space inside the tea room. This is by Chado Ando, dome tea room. It looked like a mothla of the egg, but the air can be the element or material. It's 1.2 air pressure inside, and this is when we had this in New York from Tahara Atsushi. Made this space as well. So as part of this type of activity, in 1995, I was a commissioner for 1995 Biennale, and I wanted to show that the concept of complex has diversity in it. And back then, there were criticisms as well. And some criticized me for making tea room in Venice, but tea room is really not the shape. And this is what I did for Japan Pavilion. Saigin, artist, artwork. So it's made of 9,000 pipes of polyester pipes. And this polyester was provided by a Switzerland pharmaceutical company. And this polyester, over the 6 months period, they start to some degrade, or some started to have something that was brought over by nature, by wind. So we can also see the passing of time. And after the exhibition was all over, this material were recycled into a stocking for women. And another work is this garden. This is joint work by myself and Kengo Kuma, and then we really dig the ground. So basically, we wanted to have a diversity of time and diversity of style. So using computer graphics in this Biennale. The other day, Kaguchi Reijiroto just got the cultural honor in Japan. But back then, when I get to know him, he was a student. But I brought him to Venice, and then we displayed his work. And this is Senju Hiroshi's work. And Hibino Katsuhiko's work. This is floating on water. So in order to show how it's floating, basically they needed to have a black background, and Kengo Kuma came up with this idea for this display. And back then he wasn't that busy, so two of us worked together for a year or two and then came up with this exhibition. And I have a lot of collaboration with Kengo Kuma, and I picked up some of the works. And one of them is in 2005, Nagasaki Prefecture Museum of Art. And the theme of this museum is the museum that breathes. So when I work as a producer for a project, I always try to come up with the best word, and then this time I wanted to have, I announced a museum that breathes. And one of the newspaper reporter asked me, "What do you mean by a museum that breathes?" Well, I know I have to wrap up in 10 minutes, but so a museum that can breathe in and breathe out people and the city where it resides. And maybe it's a little ambiguous, but looking at the time that we are in and the society, and basically a museum that lives with the time and with the space.
また、その役割の循環ということで、
And if you think about the circulation of roles, I mean, this is some idea that I had about 20 years ago when I worked on this museum. So there are multiple functions, and eventually these functions, well, eventually something that the museum exhibited or showed will contribute to the community. So this is the actual picture of the museum.
メディアアートを外で見
This is the first museum that display a media art outside.
という私の
And my basic belief is that the museum should be free, and then that's not materialized yet. But I believe that to some extent I was able to do this.
And not only the building itself, I wanted to integrate the activities as well. To achieve that,
ロビー全体がコンサートになったり、ショップになったり
we had
更新されていく
concerts and shops using the entire lobby, and the museums are updated on a regular basis. This is Glass Museum in Toyama City, was established in 2015. The concept of this museum is transparency. Transparency is the characteristic of glass.
街の中を通っていくというような意味
The
建物を
ideas should be penetrate into the city,
では意味が通じない
but that itself doesn't make any sense. Therefore, I
図書館プロジェクトを一緒にしまして
combined library project and museum projects in that city.
このようなコンパクトシティの中のコンパクトシティ
So I came up with this idea of compact city within the compact city to disseminate information or disseminate ideas. This is the project that I did together with Kengo Kuma, and this is the picture from the completed building.
おそらく世界で最大のものではな
I
い
think this is the biggest glass museum in the world. Director Mr. Tsuchida is here with us, and we'll have an event next month. You can see everything from inside, and there are many free spaces inside this museum.
アクティビティを吸収して
We can do a lot of activities of the citizens. That's how we completed the idea of compact city within the compact city. We also have a lot of books, bookshelves. In this museum,
そして
we can inspire people.
それをフリースペースにして
And we have free spaces, and we wanted to create a garden of glasses.
これ自体も富山の川に浮かんでいた船ですし
This is a vessel or a ship which was actually used which used to be used in Toyama City for practical purposes. And we also wanted to create a paradise. We wanted to reproduce a paradise. I was asked to create a sanctuary by the city.
交流、さまざまな異文化が交流した地域であるからこそ、
This is the area which had a lot of cultural exchange with overseas countries.
地域なんで、
And this is an area which had been washed away by flood so many times, but each time they are flooded away, they are regenerated. And this is the building,
メイン館と、
the main building. And I asked 3 architects to design 3 different buildings.
文化施設を作ってもらいました。これは
Those are all cultural buildings.
作品で、
This is designed by Suemitsu, and this is by Fujiwara
まあ、こういうふう
from Yokohama National University. And those 3 different things are coexisting with each other. And artists can select the building they want, where they want to exhibit their pieces. I only have 5 minutes left.
から取れる石を使って、
And in this piece, they used local stones to
太宰府の表
have this piece. And at around the same time, I produced a Starbucks in Dazaifu city.
にお土産物屋さんば
This was not designed to have Starbucks. We just wanted to create a space.
が地元への一番の貢献ということで、
And we thought that
何言いました？
creating a void space makes the biggest contribution to the local people. But we wanted to serve teas, so we wanted to create cafe, and we asked Kuma Kengo to create a cafe space. And then after designing the space, we asked Starbucks to have a Starbucks cafe.
は広場です。
If you rid of those wooden pieces, you can have a void space.
再生もまた、
And this is about events installations.
ことで街づくりでイベントをやってるんですが、
This is about regeneration without construction.
この、富山県高岡市から
We wanted to create this space because I was asked by Toyama City to
鍛冶職人
promote the art and crafts in this area.
2キロにわたる
There was a town called Kanayamachi City. This is a picture from an event. That's why we have a lot of people. Usually there is no person walking on this street. But we wanted to do some kind of manufacturing in this town.
何も作らず何も引かず
And I created this space where nothing goes on.
まさに
We just put
前のアルミ
furniture in this space using 5,000 aluminums. We turned car parking space into a cafe.
アウグストゥス広場ですけど
This is Augustus Plaza in Rome.
ですけど
This is very light, so it can be brought to
汚染耐えれる
anywhere. And this is furniture. It can weigh up to 120 kilometers. So this is
でこのアルミ板を作り
art and craft pieces which can be brought to anywhere utilizing aluminum spaces. I mean aluminum plates.
工芸の再生に役立てていただいて
This was how we made contribution to the promotion of art and crafts.
パリの日本橋
Nicolas-san's face reminds me of Paris. This is a project I did in 1997 in Paris for the exhibition of the Century of Design. There is nothing exhibited in this space.
だからこそ
As there is nothing at the center,
なるということを
everything can gather
の
and everything can have same amount of value.
間構成です。
This was done by Tadao Ando.
型の、チューブを
The tube or the mold by Ando Tadao was used for this, and the exhibition is all at the backside of those pillars. Design is a continuous process, and that exists within cities. That's my thinking, because if design is not part of the daily lives, it doesn't have any meaning. So together with Tadao Ando, we decided to build all of those pillars along the Seine River.
その代わりということで、市内の地下鉄60カ所に、
But it was difficult, so we created the exhibition panels at 60 subway stations. And this is a project we did at Marunouchi in Tokyo.
毎年丸の内が
I was involved in this project for the past 7 years.
ブルーピリオドという作品を
This is done by the manga artist.
に会話が生まれるためです。
This was exhibited to promote conversation or dialogue amongst the people in this city. This is an art labo project.
何も作らない。
In this project, we didn't create or we didn't generate anything. There is only projector here so that anybody can come here and to create something there.
And this space is connected to different parts of the world, and then because it was during the time of pandemic, so we had a creation from other parts of the world and presented or projected here as well.
ちょうど時間とな
It looks like my time just is up, so I would like to finish my presentation. Thank you very much. So maybe we can, before we close, actually we wanted to have some time for discussion, but seems like the time had run out, so maybe we can have some quick closing comments. Nicola-san, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, very shortly, maybe I can share with you, with the two presentations after me, that we are changing the way we look at the existing things, and maybe materials are less and less available, but the brain is more and more here, and so maybe we need to use less material but more gray matter from our collective intelligence, I can say. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
So, through architecture, you know, when there are changes in the society, the values change, and I think Nicola's presentation really presented that. And then the way we look at things, it's not just in architecture, but when we work or when we engage in society, I think having a new perspective is very important as well. Thank you.
So
Suo-san presentation, well, because I didn't make a comment on Suo-san's work, so I just want to make some comments. So when I look at the layout, it looked like a QR code to me, in the sense that, you know, if you think about the placement, you know, placement is a kind of a stamp of an architect, you know, often overlooked, but as I mentioned earlier, if you think about the placement of space and time, and that's very important to create a culture. Because we were very limited in time and I didn't have enough discussion, but I was very happy to listen to your presentations. Thank you very much. So we would like to thank Nicola, Suo-san, and Ito-san for the presentation. So this concludes the ACK Talks. All the programs are archived and will be available later. So I hope you can enjoy them.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.